of a watch. The actual storm's moving quicker. We've been talking about this all morning. They are moving much faster than it looked yesterday. But with that in mind, they're going to be in sooner and out sooner. And they actually do, because they're moving in sooner, and because there's really nothing going on with them right now, hopefully that minimizes or mitigates the tornado threat as we get out ahead of it. So far, all we've seen is some high winds out of the storm. So instead of me talking, why don't I put up the radar and we'll discuss what's going on. You can see this line that extends all the way down the line itself from about Bonham and McKinney, so it's all the way to Plano right now. Plano and Frisco, and it's moving into northern Tarrant County, just north of Fort Worth, and it extends down I-20 to around the Eastland area. All right, so obviously you can see how far it extends. The only severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now, and the only report we had earlier is for winds up to 68 miles per hour. Yes, these may be producing some strong winds. They certainly don't look tornadic. They don't have a lot of hail, but what they do have with them is some winds. Putting up the winds profiling right now, and honestly, I don't see a lot that concerns me. Maybe there's a few areas where there are gusts. That's 55 miles per hour at 7,000 feet, so more than likely that's not even severe. These look to be severe, below severe limits as they move through Melissa, Anna, up to Whitewright and over to Blue Ridge. There's less lightning. There's less likely to be hail right now. So, I mean, yes, there's a warning in effect for Fannin County, Hunt County, and Collin County that continues through at least 11 o'clock. But the thing is, these are borderline storms. I wouldn't be too concerned at this moment. Into the Dallas and Fort Worth area we go. Once again, we're just looking at scattered showers and a few thunderstorms. There's not a lot of, other than some downpours around Fort Worth and some rain around Dallas, you can see the leading edge of this line sagging in towards the Metroplex. It's already on 121 up around Frisco, the north side of Plano, right down 121 through DFW, and then over to Saginaw and Eagle Mountain Lake area. The interesting thing is that it is sagging in here reasonably fast, so that's going to leave the Metroplex with some rainfall. And the sooner this comes in, the better off we are. Once this rain comes in, temperatures will obviously drop across the area, and we can probably stabilize out a little bit and minimize the tornado risk. This line of storms extending all the way down from Weatherford to Mineral Wells, so it continues to push on off to the southeast, or at least the line is sagging off to the southeast. Everything is going to be moving through between now and about 3 o'clock this afternoon. The only areas that will get this later, probably areas south and east of the Metroplex. So most of this is going to be moving through sooner. The only thing we kind of have to keep an eye on is what's going on down here. Individual cells around Comanche, and they are moving through Hamilton County and Comanche County up to the north and east. These are the ones that could always spin up and produce a brief tornado, so that's probably going to be a concern here as these move up from the south. There's a couple more towards McGregor and Waco. Those are moving up, so that'll be a concern for areas south and east of the Metroplex this afternoon. Here's the overview. Again, this giant complex is up north of the Metroplex, raining heavily, not a lot of severe weather. Again, there are the warnings for wind out ahead of this line in Fannin County and Collin County. We're just not seeing a lot of it right now. There could be some 50 or 55 mile per hour winds, but the line itself is trying to sag its way towards the Metroplex. And with that in mind, it's going to be wet as we go towards noon, wet into the afternoon hours, hopefully not a lot of severe weather. We will update you as anything changes. Right now, I'm expecting or hoping at this point, a lot of it is hope, but we're expecting to see the severe thunderstorm warning for our northeastern counties kind of borderline. So maybe they discontinue it or let it expire when it's supposed to expire. There will be new warnings as the day goes on, though. So everybody, please take care. Just watch. We'll have the radar up. We will break in when conditions warrant. Take care and please be safe.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Fox 4 meteorologist Evan Andrews. Just want to give you an update on what's going on here on the radar and with the watches and warnings that are in effect. The good news is we haven't really seen too much rough stuff develop across North Texas. Yes, we've had a couple of warnings. We had one report of 68-mile-per-hour winds in Collin County about an hour ago. But so far, things have been tame. They're starting to ramp up a little bit, so we want to discuss it. We still have one warning in effect till 11:15 for parts of Fannin County and Hunt County. That's the leading edge of the storms. That was gusty. There's rain moving into the Metroplex. There's flooding. Flooding seems to be one of the bigger risks that we're starting to get going here. And we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning coming up for folks over in Comanche County. So here's what's going on. Let's see, they just canceled the severe, oh yeah, all right. They just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning that was up here for this part of the storm. So that's the best news I can impart. This is the part of the storm that did produce when this particular area was sitting over the Metroplex. This was, or northern parts of the Metroplex. It was sitting right over Salina. That's where it reported, or at least produced the 68-mile-per-hour winds. This leading edge of this has now moved past Blue Ridge and Farmersville and Leonard and Bonham. It is producing maybe 45 to 50-mile-per-hour winds. It is not severe at this point, so they have just canceled the warning for that. That said, I'm going to tell you something based on what I'm seeing on this at this juncture. I'm going to look at velocity scan. I don't even need to look at velocity scans. I just want to point something out. You see how wavy this particular area is. You see all these waves. Every time you see a wave in this is called a line echo wave pattern. Every time you see one of these waves, there could always be a spin up along parts of the wave. So I never write it off. There's a reason there is a tornado watching effect for areas to the east, but this would affect places potentially like Honey Grove, the leading edge of this line. It could get to Honey Grove or right now to Farmersville and eventually Greenville. Not severe, watching for the potential for a spin up on the leading edge of the line. So again, no warnings in effect for the Metroplex or any of our northern counties. Here in Dallas, this is a look at the last 45 minutes. We're watching an area drop down from the north. This has really turned into a heavy rain producer. That's the biggest risk right now. Very heavy rain and flooding. There's probably some flash flooding going on in parts of Denton County and Wise County. You can see this part of this has stopped its southern movement, but it's moving through Flower Mound, North Richland Hills. A lot of rain has been reported with this. Again, no more than about 30-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to widen this out so you can see this entire complex that's going on. This entire complex that we've got going on, Bonham over to Leonard and through the Metroplex and out to Weatherford and Fort Worth, is sagging its way to the southeast. Just because this is moving in this direction, all of this is going to work through sooner and help to stabilize the atmosphere. We look on the leading edge if we're going to have any severe weather. So the threat for severe weather in the Metroplex would end up being now, which is 10:30, through about maybe 1 o'clock or so this afternoon. And then it will be pushing south and east of the Metroplex after, say, 1, 2 o'clock, and that's when the threat will move in that direction. The only other thing we want to keep an eye on, I'm kind of widening this out. There are some individual cells here down by Waco and through Comanche County, approaching Stephenville, probably tracking just east of Stephenville. These are the ones we always have to keep an eye on. These are individual cells, and those are the ones that could always potentially turn into something severe as they work their way through. So while there's no severe thunderstorm warning right now for this particular area of storms, this would be the one I would watch as it works its way up to the northeast through Stephenville, eventually through Granbury. Again, all of these are just producing a lot of heavy rain at this point. The severe storm warnings have all been discontinued. It doesn't mean they won't be reissued, but there's just a lot of very heavy rain. It's up around Bonham. There could be some brief leading edge spin-ups out around Bonham or Leonard or Honey Grove, certainly not out of the question. The heavier rain is up by Grapevine, Keller. Nothing severe, just a lot of rain as you go up into parts of Denton and Collin counties. And as you look at this, I'm going to put up only the last 6 hours worth of rainfall here. It may take a couple of seconds to load, but in the last several hours, the rain that we've gotten out in parts of Wise County, It has been 4 inches of rain out in Wise County. It's been 3 to 4 inches of rain over in Denton County, hence the flood threat. So flash flooding is becoming more realistic with this storm. Believe it or not, flash flooding is actually starting to become more of a bigger concern than the severe weather. So once again, we have this area of storms that continues to push its way to the east and southeast. It will be moving through the Metroplex with very heavy rain. The severe weather threat does exist through at least noon and early this afternoon. All right, we will update you and break in whenever we need to, but I'm going to put it back on Facebook Live. We will keep this radar running so you can monitor it into the afternoon.
moving a little bit closer to the northwest Powderly area, closer to Highway 271 at the current movement to the north and east at 60 miles per hour. Allie, let's go ahead and put that storm relative velocity. Let's go ahead and get that velocity scope up there one more time. Keep an eye on the rotation. Yeah, as far as the initial rotation is concerned, we saw it across far northwest Lamar County. Now with this quick trajectory to the north and east, you can see a little bit of that brighter green likely mixing in with the red there. So that's going to be that circulation that the National Weather Service is monitoring. Allie, do you have any information from the National Weather Service chat as this area of circulation crosses over the Red River and into southern parts of Oklahoma as we speak?
Nearing Pat Mace Lake. So that's really all they've said. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for a couple other locations. So what I'll do right now is change over back to your typical radar and we'll talk about what's happening elsewhere. Again, this area of rotation we're watching in northern Lamar County is moving across the Red River and over Pat Mace Lake very quickly currently. So let's get back to radar and we'll show you what's going on. And I'll kind of zoom out here and just give you a broad view. So this is a nasty thunderstorm that has rapidly intensified over the last 15 to 20 minutes, moving over southern Erath County. So the severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-an-hour gusts and quarter-sized hail. And as Kylie mentioned, you know, our tornado warned storm is moving at about 60 miles an hour, and this one is moving closer to 50. But either way, these are rapidly intensifying and they are moving very fast. So they're going to come up on you quickly. So quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. I always like to take the leading edge of these to just give folks a little extra warning here. And we'll show you exactly where this is going to move over. So in the next couple of minutes, Chalk Mountain, Glen Rose by 11:23, Pecan Plantation 11:33, just before noon in Joshua, and right around noon in Burleson. So again, those are estimated arrival times for that heavier precipitation as well as the wind and hail potential. And just this is a 30-minute time lapse. We've got significant lightning moving across parts of the Metroplex as well, along with that severe storm in Erath County. And then, of course, our tornado warned storm is still ongoing in our far northeastern locations of the viewing area, specifically far northern Lamar County. So we'll head back there and just show you again where that area of rotation is and what we've got going on here. It appears the bigger area of circulation, Kylie, is
over the Red River,
is getting closer and closer. Yeah, there may be more than one area. There may be one just over the Red River and then one west of Powderly. So we still may have at least a little bit of rotation to be concerned about just west of Powderly at this point. But because these are moving so quickly, I mean, we could have a spin up happen literally in a matter of seconds.
Which is why over the last couple of hours, Evan was mentioning that earlier this morning. And then throughout the 10, I was mentioning along the leading edge, anytime you see a little bit of that wavy motion, oftentimes along the leading edge, that would be where you see circulation. And we've been watching that little wavy location track across our Red River counties and move to the east quickly. All right, so here's that current tornado warned storm, far northwest Lamar County. This tornado warned storm is in place until 11:30 this morning, and I would expect that to be allowed to expire a little bit before that because we're about to see the area of concern, that area of rotation, cross over the Red River as we speak. Again, north and west of the Powderly area, about to cross over the Red River. That's still that area of concern west of Highway 271 and far northwest Lamar County. Allie, let's take another look to the south and southwest with that other severe thunderstorm warning. So by the time this complex passes over your neighborhood, we're going to see that air stabilize quickly. But areas south of I-20 and across the south and west where we've seen that one storm, we've been watching this one storm as it moved across Comanche County to the north and east. Yeah, it started to look like a little bit of an area of concern over the last 30 minutes or so because that air to the south and west is so unstable. So another severe thunderstorm warning. At this point, this does not have that rotating tornadic potential, but that is going to continue to the east of Highway 377, crossing just to the east and southeast of the Stephenville area, and then eventually tracking to the north and east west of Glen Rose. So that one tornado warning thunderstorm storm up in far northwest Lamar County, and then areas to the south and west as this tracks to the north and east, still in fairly unstable air. So this is going to be something to watch because of the way that the atmosphere is set up today. These storms that are able to develop will have the potential to rotate. So we're going to be monitoring this area closely, this one severe thunderstorm closely as it heads to the north and east for that rotation. But again, as this complex kind of crosses over your neighborhood, we're going to see the air stabilize quickly. It's points to the south. It's south of I-20 that we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours. Any storms that are able to develop out ahead of that main batch, that's going to be the area of concern. And then again, along the leading edge of this batch of storms, like I said, anytime you see that little bit of a wave along the leading edge, that could be indicative of a little bit of rotation, and therefore we could see that brief spin up rotation there. Allie, anything as far as the National Weather Service chat is concerned?
Still waiting on updates for them, but I completely agree with you. We are seeing at the surface southeasterly winds in areas like Anderson, Henderson, Navarro counties, Kaufman, Van Zant. So those areas that are south and east of this complex, that's where we could see, I think, the best rotation as these thunderstorms continue to get going. So while right now we have showers in a few spots there, those are going to be likely our main focus zones going into the early afternoon hours. Officially, we still have the tornado warning in effect for northern Lamar County. The rotation is right over Pat Mace Lake right now. That is just out of the National Weather Service. So let's go back up there one more time and show you. The good thing is that, this was warned fast enough and we're seeing it move so quickly that you don't have that area of rotation sitting over you for a very long period of time. So it is still there, and it is moving north. It's just northwest of Powderly at this point, and will continue to head closer to the Red River here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. The bulk of that rotation will be over the Red River, and then we're likely to see this warning, which officially goes until 11:30. I wouldn't be surprised if they let that expire early. So at this point, this is our most intense storm, and with a tornado warning, yes, a tornado is possible, but this is a severe thunderstorm, so you're likely getting those 60-mile-an-hour gusts and potentially some larger hail coming out of these as well. So if they have that kind of rotation, they're already producing some really intense winds. Wind damage could be an issue here, even if we do not have a tornado develop. So there's our area of circulation we've talked about. That is over Pat Mace Lake, and will continue to head to the Red River. I'll put this back on our regular radar site, and I just want to do an hour loop to show you how quickly everything is really, really moving. So we'll zoom back out there, and keep in mind, those that don't have severe weather, a lot of flash flood warnings right now in many areas. We haven't had them in Tarrant and Dallas County just yet, or even in Collin, but I'll tell you, don't be surprised if you guys get added into that, because it doesn't take much. Let me zoom out so you can see all of those green polygons. It includes Grayson, Cook, Jack, Wise, Denton. Those are the flash flood warnings, which means it's either already occurring or it's imminent. So if you don't have to go out, we don't want you outside in any of this activity. Stay where you're at and wait till that heavier precipitation moves out and those warnings have expired. A new flash flood warning. I think the National Weather Service and I are on the same wavelength. We've got a new warning coming for northern Tarrant County, and it will extend into parts of Dallas County because the storms are now moving through that area, and it's just going to be a whole lot of runoff. Erath, Hood, Somerville, they just canceled your thunderstorm warning. So that storm has weakened a little, which probably means this boundary, this rain is kind of overtaken. So if we don't have, that lots of rotation or that real intense energy to help these sustain, that's a good thing. It's still pouring, don't get me wrong, but the thunderstorm warning is now over, and that is great for those folks. So we'll watch it. There's the big picture. They took out that warning. Fantastic. So right now we just have several flash flood warnings. Parts of Dallas and Tarrant will get added to that, and we still have our tornado warning in effect until 11:30 for far northern parts of Lamar County Anything you want to add at this point, Kylie?
I think as long as we just keep our eyes on far northwest Lamar County, that current tornado warning that is in place is about to cross over the Red River. I think we're going to send it over to commercial. We're going to take a quick break. If we need to jump back in as necessary, again, we will. We're going to be here for you all afternoon long. Allie and I will be doing team coverage. And again, really just monitoring the leading edge of this complex of storms for a little bit of that brief circulation. You can see how the National Weather Service just trimmed that current tornado warning, rightfully so, because now we're starting to see that broader rotation take place as this area of rotation, this area of concern northwest of Powderly crosses over the Red River. So let's send it back to commercial, send it back to programming, and we'll continue to jump in as necessary this afternoon.
Hi everybody, Ali Toriano here in the Weather Center. We just got off air and I wanted to just give a quick update on what's going on here. That tornado warning has really been confined to a very small area of Lamar County right now. It officially goes for 13 more minutes, but I'll tell you, it looks like that circulation is quickly moving over the Red River and heading into southern Oklahoma. So let's go back. I'd like to put on our velocity scan. We are a couple, about 150 miles from the radar site. So it's very difficult to see low level circulation. The circulation is broad at this point, and it is lifting north of Powderly. It was over Pat Mace Lake not that long ago. So it's still there. We'll still watch it. I think more importantly, this is probably a big wind threat. We've had no confirmation of anything on the ground, no observations at this point from any chasers or spotters that are in that area. I will tell you that our Erath Hood Somerville storm weakened enough that they expired that thunderstorm warning. So now sub-severe hail and winds expected there, moving through southern Erath right now. And also flash flood warning was extended and added into it Tarrant and parts of Dallas County. I'd say anywhere in the Metroplex, I just don't want you going outside. Collin County's not in it just yet, but I'm just going to say I'm going to add it because I know there's at least some minor flooding already taking place on a lot of roadways and highways. So if you can wait till this intense stuff moves out in the next hour or so, I'd say you are better off. The warnings usually are extended a little bit longer than that heavier precipitation after that moves through, and that's just because of residual. It takes a while for the runoff to get going. But Dallas, Tarrant, Collin County, Denton County, points north and west, it has just been a rough go, and that's why those flash flood warnings are in place for most of you. I am here, so if anyone has any questions, I'm going to kind of look through the chat here and see what's happening. Let's see. Okay. Thank you, TJ, for, yeah, so the main threat for DFW is the heavy rain threat. Exactly. Now, I will say, I think the greatest chance for severe storms, tornado warnings, would be areas south and east, out ahead of our line of thunderstorms. So here's the deal. Once this stuff moves through your area, it's really going to stabilize the air mass, meaning I don't think we will have much of a severe threat heading into the afternoon. But our far east, southeastern zones, My big concern is that you are out ahead of that large mass of rain and thunderstorms. So any of these little cells that I'm pointing out here, we could eventually see them intensify and rotate. So if you are in Johnson, Ellis, Hill, Bosque, Navarro, Anderson, Henderson, Van Zant, Kaufman, even Rockwall for a little while longer, but Hunt, Delta, Hopkins, these areas out here, you're still out ahead of this main line of thunderstorms, and I think your severe threat is going to be a whole lot higher than those that are dealing with the thunderstorms right now. So Munster, you really don't have a tornado risk at this point. The tornado threat at least for right now, I want to say our tornado watch is in effect for just our northeastern counties. And let's put it on here. Okay, there it is. So I've added in our tornado watch. So that includes Kaufman, Rockwall, Van Zant, Rains, Hunt, Hopkins, Delta, Fannin, and Lamar. And I will say, Fannin, your tornado threat is probably going to come down very quickly here with this heavier precipitation moving through. So, and it also includes Red River, pardon me for that. So areas east, northeast of the Metroplex is where we still have the tornado threat. The watch goes until 5 o'clock, but I will tell you, I believe that we are going to see the tornado threat come down very quickly once this large mass of rain moves through these counties. So I don't necessarily think we will have the watch until 5 p.m. I'd say the next 2 to 3 hours for most of us is the greatest chance for severe storms, especially for those eastern and northeastern counties. So at this point, there are no, if you're around the Metroplex, we only have flash flood warnings. The only tornado warning that we still have going is for far northern Lamar County, and that cell just in the last turn of the radar is moving over the Red River, so that is quickly pushing into Oklahoma. So we will see that warning expire here in the next couple of minutes. So at this point, that cell is moving north of the Red River. Everywhere else, nothing is severe, but of course we could still see these pulse up very quickly. So again, if you are under the tornado watch, you still have several hours of a tornado threat. Until this heavier precipitation moves through your area, the tornado threat will be there. I'd say at least 2 to 3 hours for our eastern zones. And then areas southeast, it may be a little bit longer just because it's going to take a little bit longer for those storms to get to you. So as of right now, the tornado chances in the Metroplex are low, but they're not zero. I'd say you have more of a damaging wind and flood threat right now. Okay, as soon as they let this warning, I'm waiting for them to let this warning in Lamar County expire. Once they let that go, I will step away for a second, collect myself, continue to look at more data. What about a second round? Okay, so with this moving through, it's likely going to stabilize us. So even if we do have more showers and storms, which, hey, I'm going to zoom out. There's still activity back to the north and west. It just likely won't be severe because this first round is so intense. It developed one big cluster of rain and thunderstorms, and that typically stabilizes things for us. So once this heavier stuff is moved through, you're still going to have some rain and thunderstorm chances. I just don't think they'll be as intense. Nicole, I agree. You know, the chance for a tornado is so much lower than every other severe threat we have, and flooding is actually the #1 killer in the U.S., believe it or not. And we could have flash flood warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings a whole lot more than tornado warnings. It's just that today the atmosphere does have the potential for some rotation.
They're going to allow that.
Okay, cool. So they are allowing our small little warning we have in northern Lamar County to expire. Not surprised, that area of rotation has weakened and it's lifted off into Oklahoma. So that is it for this live update. What our plan is to do is keep this radar going throughout the day. If you have questions, I will try to type some answers for you. If anything goes severe, we will hop back on here. If there is a tornado warning, we're going to hop back on air. So you'll have to watch us live on air. And the way you'll know that there is a tornado warning, you're going to see one of these little red polygons. Red polygons are for tornadoes, yellow polygons are for severe thunderstorms, and these green ones are for flash flood warnings. So we've got plenty of flash flooding, unfortunately, but at this point, nothing severe, and that is what we like to see. So I'm going to leave you with that. Our last warning, they're going to let it expire, and fingers crossed, I still think we're going to see more thunderstorm warnings at some point for a few of us, but at this point, nothing looks too scary to the point where the National Weather Service wants to issue any more warnings. So we're at 11:25, leaving this on with no audio. If necessary, I will let you all know when we're going back on air on Fox 4. Of course, you can also watch that on the app. If you don't have the Fox Local app, download that. You can watch on our website too. So whenever we are wall to wall, which is what we call it when we're in tornado coverage and there's no commercial breaks, you can watch us on your phone, on your laptop, your iPad, whatever you have. And that way, yes, this is just radar, but you're actually getting even more information when we're on air live that way. So the Fox Local app is what you want to download. You can also watch us on the WAP as well. But Fox Local is our app that literally encompasses everything, and that is by far the best one to have. So I will leave you with that. We're coming up on 11:30. Watching stronger thunderstorms, yes, but a major flood threat right now across much of North Texas. Stay with us. We will keep you forewarned throughout the day. Kylie and I are here into the afternoon, and then Dan will take over with me as well mid to late afternoon hours. Thank you, everybody.
Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Wanted to jump in real quick because the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for northern and northwestern parts of Hill County. Ali Turiano helping me in the Weather Center because, again, we've been monitoring areas south of I-20 over the last couple of hours. This is the one area that hasn't been touched yet by this batch of storms. And sure enough, as this storm has entered into more unstable air, kind of colliding with a boundary from the north, we have seen a couple of small areas of rotation. This is going to be just to the west of I-35W in northern Hill County. Do you see those two areas where the green is kind of mixing with the red? Those are two areas of pretty significant rotation. This is not broad rotation at the moment. It did just broaden out as it approaches areas just to the north and west of Hillsborough. Again, that's right where I-35 splits into 35E and into 35W. So this is going to be approaching the western part of I-35 at the moment. That one area where the bright green is embedded within the red. This is why the National Weather Service issuing that tornado warning. That tornado warning is in effect until 1:30 this afternoon. But because this area is moving so fast, I wouldn't be surprised if it, again, as it continues to either hold its rotation or broaden out if we see it expire a little bit earlier. So this is going to be the southern fringes of that warning. You see just to the north, that line of red, that's the boundary that's headed to the south and east. As soon as the boundary crosses through, the air is much more stable. But the National Weather Service going ahead and issuing this tornado warning for the northern part of Hill County to account for that area of rotation just to the north and west of Hillsborough. So that's going to be just west of Highway 81. That is essentially I-35 breaking off to 35W and 35E a little bit farther to the east. So this is going to be approaching the I-35W kind of part where that corridor ends up splitting. Ali Turiano again helping me in the Weather Center. Is there anything from the National Weather Service chat, Ali, that they're monitoring at the moment?
Yeah, so two areas of circulation, and it looks like one is now overtaking the other, Kylie. So you were showing those areas on radar. Let's get back to it. And it looks like that area just northwest of Hillsborough, moving towards Highway 171, is the one that's going to take over. So we had an initial area of circulation out here, and then now this secondary circulation appears to be taking over and trying to tighten up. So this is the area we will watch that is moving over 171. This is still radar indicated rotation, meaning we do not have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. But regardless, we want you to take it as such. We have significant rain coming down. Probably not going to be able to see it if that's happening in a lot of areas today. I'm changing over the radar just so you can see the radar itself. So this is the area that the National Weather Service is talking about. We had one circulation, and then we've got this guy right here that's just northwest of Hillsborough. This is racing off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So it is going to likely move just north of Carl's Corner, but could impact Itasca. So I'm going to take the leading edge well out ahead of that circulation, and we'll move it out. Folks in Ellis County, heads up, because even if that rotation weakens, we could still be dealing with a pretty nasty storm. So there we are, Lovelace 110 in the next couple of minutes, Forreston 141, Nina 145, Palmer by 205. At this point, the tornado warning goes until 1:45 this afternoon. This is still capable of a damaging wind and maybe some small hail threat at this point. But the greatest threat, of course, now is this area of rotation that we're watching as it races off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And this is still the rotation is still there for sure. We are likely going to see, you know, at times it kind of come and go. So it could mean it's cycling. It could mean this is just a wind threat, but this is the spot we're watching, Kylie.
Yeah, and that at this point, it looks to kind of be approaching the Carl's Corner area. So that's going to be the southern fringes of that current tornado warning, that current red polygon that you see right there on your screen. That the southern part of, again, that warning is going to be the area of concern. I don't know if we can take the chroma key shot real quick so we can take a closer look. But again, where you see that bright green kind of broadening out with the red, this is the area of concern. That is why the National Weather Service going ahead and issuing the tornado warning, although it is still radar indicated. We do not have confirmation yet of anything on the ground. This is a situation that should not be taken lightly, especially as it approaches I-35W just to the south and west of the Carl's Corner area. Circulation moving just to the north of the Hillsborough area. So this is mainly going to be now heading into eastern and northeastern parts of Hill County, and then eventually into western parts of Ellis County if this circulation is able to hold. It might have just tightened up there just a little bit. If you can see right where that brighter green there, just to the south of that little icon that you see right there on your screen of Highway 171. Looks like slightly tighter rotation to the north and west of Hillsborough, moving quickly to the north and east. This was the main area that we have been focused on over the last couple of hours, where that boundary hasn't quite touched. So the air is slightly more unstable for southern parts of North Texas and areas to the south and east. So that bright green there embedded with the red, movement quickly to the north and east. That one area of rotation about to cross over Highway 171 and then approach I-35 in just the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, eventually heading into I-35E towards the Carl's Corner area. So this main area of rotation north and west of Hillsborough, likely tracking just to the south of Lovelace. But if you live across northwestern parts of the Hillsborough area, right in the southern part of this red polygon, you will want to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Find the innermost room in your house where there are walls, again, surrounding the inner portion of your home, your apartment complex. Head to the bottom floor. You will want to take this situation seriously at this point. This is mainly why we've been concerned all morning long throughout the first part of the afternoon, because the atmosphere is more unstable across southern parts of North Texas and areas to the south and east where that boundary is starting to approach. So again, tornado warned storm to the north and west of the Hillsborough area. It looks like the heaviest rain at this point is ongoing near the Lovelace and the Mayfield area. So I'm hoping that as far as any sort of viewing, as far as any storm spotters are concerned, they might have a slightly easier time, because it looks like there might be a couple of breaks there where we were looking at that main rotation. So this, again, approaching I-35W in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, moving towards the I-35E area. This is right where 35E and 35W split in northern and northeastern parts of Hill County. Again, this doesn't necessarily encompass Hillsborough proper, but instead areas to the north and northwest. Allie, I'm going to send it back over to you. Are there any updates from the National Weather Service chat for you to share this afternoon?
Yeah, at this point, nothing new from the Weather Service in terms of this rotation, but we are still dealing with a significant amount of flooding in many areas. We've got just a wall of water moving through. No other severe thunderstorms at this point, so I do want to reiterate that. Your green polygons, which consist a good portion of North Texas at this hour, are those flash flood warnings. The most intense rain, however, is the leading edge of this boundary, which we're seeing move through Red River County. It is exiting Delta and Hopkins County soon, moving through Van Zant, Kaufman counties, and points south. So those that are along that leading edge and ahead of this boundary, that's where the severe threat is going to remain highest, getting through our afternoon hours. And specifically, our one storm that we do have, of course, is our tornado warning that goes for about 30 more minutes at this point. If this continues to show significant rotation, we will see it extended into Ellis County. So heads up, if you're in Italy, Maypearl, Ennis, Palmer, really anyone in Ellis County, I want you to be aware that this is heading your way. And not only is it producing a damaging wind threat, it could also produce a brief tornado at this point. I'll put back our velocity scan so you can see where the rotation is. And you know, still there, it is broad, but it's still there, Kylie. Remember, we're far from our radar site, so that's kind of difficult.
Southern fringes of North Texas are a little bit farther from the radar, and it is hard to be able to pinpoint exactly when that circulation tightens up and when it broadens. But at this point, we've seen some broadening as far as that rotation is concerned. But remember, all morning into the first part of the afternoon, we've been talking about how it's very common, especially along the leading edge of a complex of storms such as this, for us to see that rotation broaden out and then tighten back up, which is the reason why we've seen a couple of tornado warnings issued so far today along the leading edge. So what's interesting is that the southernmost boundary of that complex of storms right now is running into this tornado warned cell. So I'm interested to see how that is going to evolve in the next several minutes. But as far as the main area of concern, it is mainly across the southern and southwestern portions of this tornado warning, basically crossing over Highway 81 as we speak, right where you see that green kind of embedded with the red. Those are inbound and outbound winds, which is the reason why the National Weather Service issuing this tornado warning. Again, that tornado warning currently in effect until 1:45. This is going to be the main area of concern approaching the Carl's Corner area. And then I wouldn't be surprised either if this rotation holds, even if it has broadened slightly, if the National Weather Service does go ahead and issue that downstream warning to encompass far western and southwestern parts of Ellis County, which is why we've said, especially in the Italy area, western parts of Ellis County, just make sure you are paying close attention to the radar. You have your way to receive warnings because of how the atmosphere is kind of evolving with the way that this boundary is pushing to the south. Couple that with the instability across southern fringes of North Texas. So again, as far as our tornado warning is concerned, right where the red is embedded with the green across southern parts of the red polygon here, approaching the Carl's Corner area, crossing over Highway 81, that is the main area of concern. This tornado warning at this point is in effect until 1:45. Notice, though, it is moving quickly to the north and east, especially as this northernmost boundary ends up kind of running into it. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this as well. Allie, I'm going to toss it back over to you for any updates from the National Weather Service.
They're still seeing a lot of strong winds moving into Carl's Corner right now, and they've actually changed our tornado watch a little bit. So I want to show that first. A few counties, Lamar, Fannin, Delta, Hopkins, Hunt, Rains County now out of the watch, but notice who's been added. Our areas south and east of the Metroplex, and that because that area has been untouched. So exactly what we've been saying on air and online for the last few hours, that's what the National Weather Service agrees with. So the tornado watch has been added for several counties in red: Van Zant, Kaufman, Ellis, Hill, Navarro, Henderson, Anderson, Limestone, Freestone, McLennan as well. So those are the current counties. And excuse me, I almost forgot Red River. Red River County is in it. But I will tell you the greatest threats, as we've mentioned, have for sure been in our south and eastern zones. I'm going to change over radar here one moment just to get a bigger picture of what's going on. So as we mentioned, it's the leading edge of some of these storms where we can see those brief spin-ups. So that's why a few more counties have been added. So Red River County, you've got one thunderstorm in there that we'll watch, but I guarantee you by 2 o'clock, that's going to be out of your area and your tornado threat will come down. Notice we're still watching some of these thunderstorms through Van Zant, as well as southern and central parts of Kaufman County that have very strong winds coming out of them. And of course, our thunderstorm warning, or rather our tornado warning that is going to exit Hill County soon and move into Ellis County will be the one that we truly want to watch and pay very close attention to over the next hour or so. These have been kind of pulsing up and down. And as Kylie mentioned, if we can get the boundary, this front, to actually overtake our tornado warned storm, that would lower the severe threat. And that's what we've seen kind of happen so far with a lot of these storms.
Right.
So as long as that continues to happen, that would be a good thing for us. And you can actually see the boundary on radar, Kylie. Do you want to point that out for folks? And show
do you
them?
see it? So right now, Allie has this on loop over the last 30 minutes or so. There was that little thin line of green. So basically that thin line of green is across central parts of Ellis County and and now far northern parts of Hill County. So that's the boundary. That's the frontal boundary that as soon as it passes through, the air will become more stable. Now, that being said, it does seem like there's enough forcing right now with this storm. That is why we've seen some of those areas of rotation continue. Now, Allie, I'm going to talk out loud to you right here, but it doesn't look like two separate potentially areas of rotation there, just to the north of the Carl's Corner area. And again, a little bit farther behind it, this looks to be a little bit more broad in rotation. That's going to be just to the north of Hillsborough, that far southwest corner of the warning polygon, and then again north of Carl's Corner. So that is what I'm going to be focused on, potentially two separate areas of rotation. This one to the north of Carl's Corner does look to be a little bit tighter. It looks to have kind of wrapped up a little bit.
Agreed.
More than the southern area of rotation. This now, just in the last 20 seconds that I've been speaking, does look to have broadened out slightly. But again, so just to the north and east of Carl's Corner.
See if we can get any roads on here for you. We may or may not be able to get a bunch.
Yeah. Again, this is pretty far from our radar site, but as far as what we're seeing right now with that bright green embedded with the red, that does look to be some a little bit of that slightly tighter rotation. So that's going to be heading into far eastern and northeastern parts of Hill County, which is why we've been saying over the last several minutes that we've been on air, western parts of Ellis County, you will want to go ahead and start paying attention to the radar, making sure you have a place to go if that warning does get extended and expanded to include western parts of Ellis County at this point. Allie, do you have anything to add from over there?
I do. And literally in that last radar turn, it appears that boundary may have overtaken that rotation that we saw. And the National Weather Service agrees the rotation has weakened some, so they don't expect at this point to increase that tornado warning time or add it into Ellis County. So right now, this is just a damaging wind threat, and we could still have 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, which, folks, that is a weak tornado. This is still a severe thunderstorm, but at least currently the rotation has weakened some, and the National Weather Service is not planning on extending that warning into other parts of Hill or Ellis County, which is a good thing. But if you're under the gun and dealing with this right now, you're talking 60 to 70 mile an hour wind potential coming out of this.
And that's kind of where we've shown you that bright yellow now. Those are high winds. So essentially, it's the battle of the boundary, right? We've been waiting on the southern part of that complex of storms to overtake this more unstable air that's now encompassing far northeastern parts of Hill County. And sure enough, just as I was speaking, as we then went to Allie, you could see how now we don't see as much in the way of that rotation on radar right now because the boundary has overtaken it. So still very high winds ongoing across the Carl's Corner area. Not only that, but very heavy rain, as we can see right now on radar. That's just going to be to the east of 35W, right in between that 35E and 35W split. Still, though, western parts and far southwestern parts of Ellis County, some high winds ongoing as we speak, even along the leading edge of that boundary as it continues to sag to the south and southeast. Very high winds just to the west of I-35E. So still that tornado warning in effect until 1:45. At this point, though, little bit of good news, seeing that rotation broaden out because of the fact that that boundary has overtaken the more unstable air. So although at one point we were looking at that two separate areas of rotation, at this point with the southern parts of that boundary kind of overtaking it, the more stable air overtaking the unstable air, that's going to be good as far as that tornadic potential for far northern and northeastern parts of Hill County is concerned. Now, elsewhere, maybe we can just do another little radar tour, take a look at the rest of our
it's coming down.
thunderstorms.
A lot of folks have lost power throughout the late morning and afternoon hours just because of thunderstorm activity or run-of-the-mill storms. Nothing else is severe at this point, but could you get 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts? You better believe it, especially in that leading edge, that leading line of thunderstorms with a lot of this activity. So lightning, a damaging wind gust to 50 miles an hour, still a possibility if these storms aren't severe. And of course, the torrential rain where flash flood warnings continue. All of those green boxes, the polygons you see, those are flash flood warnings. We're talking a large chunk of North Texas still in those, and that'll continue going into the afternoon. But as Kylie mentioned, that severe threat is still leading edge of storms and for areas south and east. Let's get back to radar and just show that for a moment, and we'll talk about some of these other thunderstorms that we are dealing with, especially into Kaufman County. Seen a lot of heavy rain there in Kemp, Kaufman, Terrell. Tons of water still on the roads. And of course, Ellis County. Right now, Ellis is not in a flash flood warning, Kylie, but I can guarantee they're going to get one here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And if they don't, I'd be very surprised. I think flash flooding is probably imminent here in Ellis County.
That's the trend that we've been seeing over the last several hours. Yes, there's the threat for stronger storms. As soon as this complex of storms passes through your neighborhood, then it transitions into more of a flood threat based on the nature of these storms. Yes, are they moving faster than what we initially anticipated over the last 12 to 24 hours? Yes, but when they are encompassing several of our North Texas counties, that moderate to heavy rain is continuing. Allie, should we throw up velocity one more time?
Yep. You read my mind. I was literally just about to do that.
Okay.
So it appears we could be seeing
maybe some I don't know.
It's very hard. Let me do an hour loop for you and see if we can see another area trying to get going here.
Maybe back a little bit to western parts of that warning, maybe.
Yeah,
it's so hard to see with the way that boundary has dropped south.
For sure. I think this is more of a wind threat at this point.
Okay, so again, the tornado warning is still in effect, and I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service kind of rides out that tornado warning based on the fact that we have still seen, oh, there we go, and just like that.
They canceled it. There we go.
They've canceled our warning. Okay, good deal. At this point, again, that tornadic threat has come down based on the fact that that boundary that we've been talking about over the last several hours is now kind of overtaken that unstable air across northern parts of Hill County. You could see, since our radar is on loop over the last hour, that little thin green line out ahead of it, that's the boundary that we've been speaking about. As it continues to drop to the south and southeast, when it passes your area, the areas will become much more stable. So although we're still looking at a pretty strong storm now moving into western parts of Ellis County, that tornadic threat has come down because of the fact that now the air is a little bit more stable. So I think we're going to send things back to programming, folks back in the control room, since at this point all of our warnings have expired. The only things that are left are flash flood warnings, and that is something to still take very seriously because of all of the heavy rain that we continue to see as this complex of storms drops in. We're going to be monitoring for you on air and all afternoon long. Again, areas to the south and east that remain untouched from this complex of storms, this is going to be the area to watch, which is why we have seen that tornado watch extended and expanded to include southern and southeastern fringes of North Texas. All right, we're going to send things back to programming, and we'll jump in as necessary.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com, on the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for depending on Fox 4.
Apologies there. I accidentally had the mic off. It's been a long couple of hours.
We've all been there, don't worry.
But I wanted to quickly jump on because we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued from the National Weather Service for southern parts of Ellis County, as well as northern Navarro County, to account for the potential for high winds. So basically what we've continued to see over the last 30 minutes or so is the southernmost edge of this complex of storms. As it's dropped to the south, that's more stable air that's overtaking the unstable air. Now, that being said, southern Navarro County, Henderson County, Anderson County, southern Van Zant County still under the gun for the potential for a few stronger storms, and then headed down into Limestone and Freestone County, because you're still out ahead of that boundary. But for this current severe thunderstorm warning, which is in effect until 2:30, that's to account for the potential for high winds, and that's pretty much it. The hail threat is very low. There could be some pocket change size hail, likely smaller than the size of quarters. And then that tornado threat is also going to be much lower, thanks to the fact that the boundary has now overtaken our southeastern parts of our viewing area. And just quickly, to the National Weather Service, rightfully so, adding a flash flood warning to encompass Ellis County. There has been so much heavy rain that's continued to fall across central and southern parts of Ellis County just in the last 30-45 minutes. Now, I'm seeing a couple questions about where the current boundary is. So basically, right along the leading edge of this complex of storms, that's where the boundary is. So by the time the complex crosses into your neighborhood, that's when the air will stabilize a little bit more, and that's when that tornadic threat will decrease. So the current warning that's in place for southern Ellis County and northern Navarro County, that's to account for those high winds, because it is behind that boundary of stable air. So the air is more stable behind the southernmost boundary, and we'll continue to see that trend as it drops to the south and southeast. Now, as far as the rest of North Texas is concerned, we're going to continue to watch very closely the leading edge of this batch of storms approaching southern and southeastern parts of North Texas. So that's going to be southern Van Zant County, Henderson County, Anderson County, Limestone and Freestone counties. As this continues to head to the east and southeast, yes, the air will become more stable, but at the same time, out ahead of this complex of storms, there is still plenty of instability for the atmosphere to work with, which is why the National Weather Service did extend and expand that current tornado watch. So right now what you're seeing on your screen is the current tornado watch. It now encompasses far southeastern parts of North Texas. So this is what we're going to be watching very closely over the next couple of hours as showers and storms continue to head to the south and southeast. We'll jump back on here as necessary. I just wanted to jump on and give you a quick update on that current severe thunderstorm warning for southern Ellis and northern Navarro County. 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible. The hail potential is a little bit lower, maybe nickel-sized hail, less than quarters. Really not focused on the hail threat as much as we are the high wind threat. And then that tornadic threat is also a little bit lower as well. So be very careful if you have to get on the roads in the next couple of hours. We're still seeing a lot of heavy rain with those flash flood warnings in place, now encompassing nearly all of our North Texas counties. So that's going to be the biggest concern over the next couple of hours. Just be very careful if you have to get on the roads. Allie has an update on air at 2, so she'll give a quick update on storms that are moving through North Texas, and we'll continue to jump in online as necessary. Thanks, guys.
This is a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert.
Good afternoon, Ali Toriano in the Forewarned Weather Center, along with Kylie Caps this afternoon. We are still tracking some strong to severe storms. We'll show you those in a moment. First off, our tornado watch consists of Kaufman, Van Zant, Ellis, Hill, points south and east. Much of North Texas not in a watch at this point, and your severe threat over for the day. So let's talk about these thunderstorms. It's still rocking and rolling in many areas. All of our green polygons are flash flood warnings. So much of the region from Hillsborough, Ellis, Johnson, as well as Hood, Somerville northward, you still have flash flood warnings. Some of them have even been extended a little bit longer, so that'll continue through the afternoon. Lots of water on the roads and in low-lying areas. If you do not have to travel, we don't want you outdoors, at least for the next several hours. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty and some of these stronger thunderstorms. Here's our severe thunderstorm warning we have in effect currently. It's for parts of Ellis as well as Navarro County. Some of that most intense weather is happening currently over Ennis and along I-45 at this point, also into Blooming Grove. These are moving very quickly at about 35, 40 miles an hour. I'm going to change over the radar to velocity because I want you to look and see what we're seeing. And we're not seeing much rotation at all. Really none in Hill County, really none also in Ellis County. We'll have to keep an eye here in northern Navarro as this approaches Corsicana and I-45. But at this point, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is likely damaging wind threat to 60 miles an hour. And these thunderstorms are capable of pocket change hail, so smaller than quarters. The other areas we were watching were through Kaufman and Van Zant, where plenty of heavy rain as well as gusty winds are falling, but none of this severe at this hour. And when I look at our velocity scans, we are seeing just a ton of wind. So and some of these heavier pockets of rain, especially in Van Zant County as that moves through Canton and up towards Grand Saline. Across much of the Metroplex, we just have showers and thunderstorms. It's just still raining, so that's why these flash flood warnings are in place. I will tell you the air is much cooler and stable from Denton and Collin counties to Dallas and Tarrant, so the severe threat is over for the day, but the flood threat will continue for at least several more hours until we dry out. So we're still talking several hours of potential rainfall. Here's that bigger picture once again with all of our flash flood warnings in place. And we still got some showers and storms back to the southwest through parts of Bosque, Hood, Erath counties. These are not severe, but down in Hamilton, there is a severe thunderstorm that we'll watch. General motion with all of this will eventually make everything head east and southeast. But there are some untouched areas. That includes much of Henderson, Anderson, Limestone, Freestone, and central and southern parts of Navarro County. You have not been touched really at all from this wet weather, so your severe threat will be around until all of this moves into your area. So areas south and east of the Metroplex still have the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms, including a couple of rotating storms. I want to talk about how much rain has actually fallen, most of this happening from the morning hours until now. And these bright reds are that 4 to 5 inch range, maybe even a little bit higher up towards Bowie in Montague County. That is a ton of water in a short period of time, which is why we have all of these flash flood warnings still in effect for the area. So severe threat, again, to reiterate, is especially in our south and eastern zones. And that'll continue for several more hours. Our severe thunderstorm warning in Navarro and Ellis County does go until 2:30 today. And at this point, wind gusts up to 65 miles an hour remain possible. But notice as we get to 5 o'clock where a lot of this stuff is, it's to the south and east. So the flood threat, severe threat will likely still be around for some of us, but much of the Metroplex points westward will be quiet. Going through the evening, everything shifts south and east. And then I think everyone, including far southern and southeastern zones, will be finished by 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And then we actually will get a break. It's a brief one, but we at least get a break from the thunderstorm activity. So there's the picture again of what's going on. Our strongest storms by far currently in parts of Ellis and Navarro County, where we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 2:30 this afternoon. Let's start from the beginning one more time and go over this where our tornado watch is in effect. And it makes sense because these are the areas that are still dealing with this intense weather. I will say Kaufman, Ellis, and Hill County will likely get taken out of this watch by 4 p.m. So not much longer will you have a severe threat, but it will continue for areas south and east a bit longer just because the storms are going to take longer to get through your area. So our one thunderstorm warning, it's been cut back a little bit. So we're talking far southeastern parts of Ellis County, northern sections of Navarro County, and I'd say even though Corsicana is not technically in it, it's close enough, right? So just north of Corsicana along I-45 is where more of that intense stuff is going to fall, and it's just a wall of water, honestly, still coming through so many of these areas. So even Waxahachie, Italy, Maypearl, you don't have a thunderstorm warning, but you do have that flash flood warning. The rain is really going to continue to come down very heavy for at least another hour or so that flood threat continues to ramp up in those spots. Same goes for Hill County, Mertens to Hillsborough. Very heavy rainfall and some gusty wind potential remains out there. I want to go back to our velocity just to get another good look at what's happening. Don't see any concern for rotation in Hill County or Ellis County at this point. I'd say we could still see some rotation in Navarro, but I'm not overly concerned, at least for now. But near Corsicana, and we'll watch what's happening here, but I think this is just a lot of wind coming out of these thunderstorms still at this point, and that's exactly what we're still seeing across Kaufman as well as Van Zant. Tons of wind, no major rotation in this activity for now, and of course, as this heavier stuff moves on from you, then your severe threat is going to go down considerably. Another shot across much of the Metroplex where we've got these scattered showers and thunderstorms. We've had a few breaks into parts of Tarrant County, lucky for those folks, but there is still a little bit more off to the south and west, so we'll continue to see at least that patchy thunderstorm chance. Non-severe, but still rain moving through parts of Tarrant County, Denton County, Collin, as well as Dallas for the next several hours. So storm motion, everything is eventually going to head east and southeast later on this afternoon and into the evening hours. And then we finally do get a break from these thunderstorm chances. Doesn't last long, but at least it's a break for your Thursday. So stay with Fox 4. We're going to be here throughout the day giving you updates on air and online. Be sure to also watch us whenever you can on Fox Local.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com, on the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for depending on Fox 4. 4 Warn Weather Alert.
Good afternoon, meteorologist Ali Toriano, along with Kylie Capps and Dan Henry. We're all in the 4 Warn Weather Center, still tracking some stronger thunderstorms. We'll show you where they're at here momentarily. First off, officially, the tornado watch continues until 5 o'clock for Van Zant, Kaufman, Ellis, Hill, Navarro, points south and east. But I will say a few of our counties, especially Kaufman, Ellis, and Hill, I think the severe threat has come down some, especially the tornadic threat. Here is the current radar picture. Yes, we have some showers and storms elsewhere, but they're all behind our frontal boundary. So it is much cooler and air is much more stable. So while you may have some lightning strikes and heavy rain, nothing is severe here. And at this point, we just have numerous flash flood warnings, and more have been issued. Henderson County was added into it, along with southern Kaufman, as well as southern Van Zant, Navarro, all of Hill, Ellis, Johnson, Hood, Glen Rose. Notice our counties that don't have any more rain, you still have the flash flood warning because it's going to take a couple of hours for everything to really just all that runoff to get going. So just be aware of that. We don't want you heading out, especially if you know of low-lying areas. We don't want you going through that. You really never know how deep the water actually is. Okay, so let's talk about our stronger storms, and they're still going in far southern Hill and Navarro County, and I'd say over Corsicana along I-45 is the most intense weather. Frequent lightning strikes, very heavy rainfall, and some gusty winds. Not severe, so we're talking winds less than 60 miles an hour, but those gusts could get above 40 at times, and even some small, maybe pea-sized hail. Hail size has really come down in a lot of these storms. I'm adding in our velocity scan just to show you if we could see any rotation, and we're not really seeing anything too wild at this point. So this is the area I'd say to watch for the next 20 to 30 minutes as it heads east, and then it'll move into Henderson County, so we'll keep an eye on it, but currently sub-severe. Same goes for what we're seeing through northern Henderson, Van Zant, and Kaufman. Some heavier downpours, frequent lightning strikes. General motion here is off to the east-northeast with some of these heavier rains. The severe threat dramatically coming down from Kaufman northward, Wills Point northward, Grand Saline. I think for the most part, yes, you have a lot of rain, but now it's just more of a flood threat more than anything else. More north we go, and it's just still coming down. It's all about this moderate rainfall through Lamar, Fannin, Delta, Hopkins counties. We still have a couple of thunderstorms approaching Hunt County and far western and southwestern areas of Fannin, going into areas like Leonard. Van Alstyne's got some heavier rain too, and then just some pockets here in and around much of the Metroplex. So definitely not as widespread. We've got heavy rain across Rockwall County, another round coming through parts of Dallas, Carrollton, Arlington as well. More rain moving over DFW. But from Fort Worth west, we are looking pretty good, and there's not as much activity now. So the edge of where this rain stops is quickly moving through our far western zones, and things are coming to an end. And honestly, it's only our far southeastern spots that we're really still concerned for severe thunderstorms and any rotation. Now, the rainfall, tremendous. We know that in so many areas with all these flash flood warnings still ongoing. Radar estimates, when you see those bright reds, we're talking 4 to 5 inch totals. When you see more of those pinks, we're talking closer to 6 inch totals. So up into parts of Montague County, Wise, all across the Metroplex and points southwest through Johnson and Hood. Some big time numbers here, which is why those flash flood warnings remain in effect. So we'll continue to watch these thunderstorms as they head east and southeast eventually through the late afternoon and evening hours. I still expect some thunderstorms in far southeastern zones through about 7, 8 o'clock. By 9, 10, everything really shifts into far east Texas and central Texas. We will be quiet, and then we get a break. I don't expect much in the way of rain for your Thursday before another disturbance comes in from the north on Friday, bringing more thunderstorm activity and at least a low chance for severe storms. So one more look again at radar, the area to watch for severe threats, especially over the next hour, will be parts of Navarro, Henderson counties, and then points southward. So at this point, pretty quiet through Anderson as well as Freestone and Limestone, but all of this activity will eventually shift into your area. So we will be here throughout the day tracking everything on air and online for you. So please stay with Fox 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com. On the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for depending on Fox 4.
Toriano in the Forewarned Weather Center. We're still tracking thunderstorms, nothing severe at this point, but we still have the severe potential generally for our far southeastern zones. Now, I will tell you the tornado watch in Van Zant and Kaufman goes until 5, for everyone else until 8 p.m., but it's not going to last that long for most of us. I would not be surprised if we see some of these counties getting taken out of this watch in the next hour or so. The reason being that boundary has shifted to the south, and while yes, we still have rain and thunderstorms in some of those spots, the air is very stable and cool, so the threat for severe weather has pretty much come to an end. Flash flood warnings still around with those green polygons for a large area, including much of the I-35 corridor, and then also still back to the west in Wise, Jack County, Hood, and Somerville for a little bit longer. Henderson County most recently also with a flash flood warning, and that's ongoing along in southern Van Zant and southern Kaufman counties too. And that's going to definitely stick around for a little bit longer. So some of the stronger activity we've seen has been in Hill and Navarro counties recently. Nothing severe here, but producing very heavy rainfall and some gusts, maybe 30 to 40 in a few of these spots. Frequent lightning as well coming out of all of this activity as it continues to head generally east-northeast. So a lot of this is training one after the other across Navarro and then eventually Henderson counties. That's why these flash flood warnings are in effect. If you don't have to go out for a couple of hours, I would not. It is just going to be a rough go on not just local roads, but highways too. Pretty intense rainfall coming over Kearns right now. Maybe some small hail coming out of this as it heads toward Malakoff and eventually Athens. And this is the area I'm watching. I don't see any major rotation here, but definitely some stronger winds coming out of this. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. North of there, just a heavy rainfall. That's pretty much all we've got through Kaufman and Van Zant counties right now. Nothing severe in that activity. And it's still coming down here for our northeastern zones where we've got a couple of thunderstorms through Fannin and Hunt. Around Greenville, some heavier downpours still going strong there and lightning strikes. All of this general motion is off to the east at this point. Metroplex quieting down pretty quickly. Almost all of Denton and Tarrant counties rain free. Collin, Dallas, it's going to take just a little bit longer for you because we still have a couple more rumbles moving through Johnson and far northern parts of Bosque County, just outside of Walnut Springs. So this activity is still going to head towards parts of Dallas and maybe Collin counties, Rockwall County too, but it is generally isolated compared to what we saw earlier in the day. Back behind this, we are dry, and that is how we're going to stay going through the evening hours. Talk about a ton of water. That's why we've got all of those flash flood warnings. Those bright red colors are showing a 4 to 5 inch rain total for these areas. Yes, it's radar estimated, but these are pretty true when we look at this because not a lot of these produced hail, so I don't think it would be hail contaminated. That's a ton of water. Isolated areas over 6 inches of rain have shown up. Now, as we dry things out from west to east through the rest of the day, the flood threat eventually is going to shift into our far east and southeastern zones with that tornado watch for Anderson, Freestone, Limestone. That's likely going to go through 8 p.m. I think the rest of us will be okay. And then everyone quieting down after 9 and 10. So this is the one specific area of North Texas and central East Texas, I'll say, that we're still concerned for a severe threat. It includes Henderson, Anderson, Freestone, Limestone, Navarro counties, and maybe far southern parts of Hill, at least for a little while longer. Our other thunderstorms are elevated, meaning, yes, they're still kind of causing some problems, noise, some lightning, but we don't expect them to become severe. So this is the area we will continue to watch for the next several hours. Right now, as of this hour, 3:34 in the afternoon, flooding remains the greatest threat for all of North Texas, with our severe thunderstorm threat shifting to the south and east through the early evening hours. So we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Stay with Fox 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com, on the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for